Ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the stream today. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing with the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Now, last time we learned, and we were learning currently about whether or not our good man Kazuya is dead or not. Kazuma. I said Kazuya because I was thinking about Smash Bros. Yikes. Anyways, we're gonna continue. I'm so wise? Well, then maybe you'd be good at this game. Maybe you'd be good. Alright. I forgot what we were doing. Dude, I literally forgot what we were doing. I think I have to present something to you. Right. Here we go. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? Mister, what do you think about me dating a ginger? I dated a ginger in middle school and she cheated on me with another girl. So I have... You know, but I like redheads though. It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber. The face of the engineer we seek. Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. So looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? ... Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting this. Very interesting indeed. A threesome could have been good. What? I was in middle school. Huh? I picked an apple off an orange tree and made lemonade with it. Nice. What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden. Well, he probably recognizes him. I have a suggestion, Mr. Nadodo. Will you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned, and I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh yes, the Professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings. That's a special one-time only price, you understand. What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor? Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone? The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. It's probably related to the investigation. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? I meant a 3-way date? That didn't even cross my mind back then, man. Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is serious or silliness. I can never tell with you, that's the point. When is the next Roblox stream? I have no idea. I think next week. Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. Gratefully received. So the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure. It's probably related to the investigation. Well, the money's been spent, so let's go see the special exhibit. No problema with that. It's gonna be, I think either, it might be Enoch Drebber. I don't know though. Ew, those heavy curtains at last. Oh, I have to physically go there, okay. 5 shillings we've had to pay. It doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. Ah, we could ask Gina to retrieve it for us using her special skills. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors. Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think. Okay, that's fair enough. Sholmes Killer, I'm calling it? Yeah, no. I'm sorry, but yeah, no. 23rd October. We're getting a new time card for this? Okay. The head is missing. That's interesting. That's... Oh. Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here. Mr. Sato, I say we turn on our heels and go straight home via a really big confectionery. We certainly can't do that. We've paid 5 shillings already. True. So that, I think, might be Drebber. That's a waxwork of him. Actually, now that I'm looking at it a little more closely, we've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. I ate the head. This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said his case was largely solved. Ooh, a wardrobe edition. Sunglasses are going on, man. I don't even know what else I could really add. I gotta take my... What's the dumbest thing you got? Dumbest? Well, shit. I have a scarf. Let's go get my scarf. Let's go get my scarf. I don't know what else. Oh, no. I wouldn't, right? I would. Be that as it may. Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? Since we paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? Yes, we will get what we paid for. Goku impression? Oh god. Hey, it's me, Goku! Is that fear or frustration that's making Susato-san's voice tremble? Oh god, I'm hitting it on the microphone. Hey! I don't have a good Goku. I've never watched Dragon Ball Z. That might come as a shock to you. I just know from the memes of, hey, it's me, Goku. This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks surreal. No, I've never, chat. Nah? What do you mean, nah? Scam? Hydrate. I'll refund the voice impression then. Oh god. There we go. But hey, this hat is not a scam. Look at this shit. It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand, too. Look. Perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail. Ooh. Are we getting up close and personal? Come on. Show me the monocle! The monocle! I can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just... Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo? I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. Show me the face. It's got the black monocle, doesn't it? I'll manhandle the exhibit all day. Yeah, it is. Ah, what on earth? How can... I don't believe it. A black monocle. Miss Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is... Yes. Oh god, he looks so freaking old. It's Enoch Drebber. The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him. In this freaking wax museum, man. Indeed it is. I think that's Sholmes. Yeah. I'm gonna get an end stream in 30 years, and I'm ending it 4 minutes and 20 seconds in. Mr. Sholmes. This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? ... And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it? And did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head, tout de suite, as Madame would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. A very hungry Iris still waits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. I love the music in this game. Do you know, though, something about this room is strange. Strange? What do you mean? Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Mrs. Soter. Do go on. And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... I don't know about this one either. This surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it? I don't know, I have a big cowboy hat. I can now do the thing that Sholmes is doing. And put it over my eyes so you can't see my eyes. I think it's time I educated you a little. About the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. Exclamation mark. I'll converse with you. We're getting all of our background right now, Chad. Don't worry about it. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, every one being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. Oh gosh, an enormous hound. The Hound of the Baskervilles, you mean? How awful. After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. A closed court? So you mean that the professor's identity... As you've surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair. Oh. The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Came back to life? The strings. He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. There was a witness? But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than a young man in the white overcoat. Enoch Drebber, he saw it happen. The young witness. So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Drebber. 10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. It's so horrifying. Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tussbell's. I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place, in a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night. Yes, what was he up to? Probably gonna bury him or dig him up? I don't know. Following the execution. I'm gonna take the hat off now, chat. I'm gonna toss it over my green screen. This is scary. Hiya! I hope that worked. The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did the talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale. But why did people stop believing it? Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? The police investigated the grave at Lowgrave Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution. No, but that would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police in the newspapers. That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing has been heard of him since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course, the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. But Drebber's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. Okay. I'm not sure what to present to you exactly. So, maybe I'll examine the professor again. This must be the killer, the fiend known as the professor. Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Tussbell said, he killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood. The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. I know. It looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. Okay, cool. Ooh, what? What do you mean in a little more detail? I guess we're going close. So this is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost. Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Mr. Sato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? Then perhaps Mr. Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it? That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum. And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason, it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? ... Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. It looks like a piece of broken glass, and quite a big piece, too. It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than a normal window glass. The Crystal Tower! Oh, shit. Where could such a thick piece of glass come from, I wonder? I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength. But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example. Ah, well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken, too. You don't mean... Exactly, the Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition. But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxwork's jacket? It makes you think, doesn't it? So maybe this was used as a body double. Earlier in court, we established the kinesis experiment was a trick. And now we discover this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? Definitely not. Definitely not. I think that's it, everything here. Can I look at the owl? I would love to look at the owl. We've looked at Enoch. Well, can I converse with you? Maybe present the glass? Mr. Sholmes? Okay, no, he doesn't care. He does not care. I like the music in this place. The music in this game is top-notch. I'm not even capping with you, bro. This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat, large shovel in his hand. Okay, we already went over this. Maybe there was something on him that I should have noticed before, too. The camera, perhaps. What's this here? Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera. A camera? But it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints? I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film. We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. We just take it? Okay, baller. By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken. What's a photographic plate? It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming through the lens. If we open the cover at the back camera, we should find it. Let's have a look. You should see yourself, Susato-san. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? Okay, shoddy. Shoddy, like a melody in my head. I think that's everything here, really. Oh, yeah, that is. Okay. I do want to look. Whoa, what the bleeding Nora order? What are you going and done? Hold on. I want to look at the camera first. I know Gina's here, and I love her, and she's great. But let me look at the camera first. Oh, look. The cover came open. Yes, now. There should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see. Is something wrong? There is no plate. It's been removed. Ah, what a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we'd never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course. Poor Sasada-san, she looks devastated. Is there anything cool about this camera, though? I don't think so. Alright. Gina, what are you doing here? I got a Signet computer toolkit? Oh, sick, man. Oh, I asked Iris, and she said this is where you'd be, so... So? Gina, not so loud in the museum. Madame Tuspels will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be more pressing concern. Oh, I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... So? Alright, Gina, we understand, but please, put down the gun. The smoke gun. What did I miss on the case? We're looking at this wax exhibit right now, pretty much, and this is the guy we're looking for, but it's a wax figure of him. Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What'd you think? We found it. We found that dodgy cove's workshop. What? You found Drebber's workshop? Yep, Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there now in a drag, so come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. All right, then. See you there. Okay. Sholmes, we're leaving. Oh, he looks so sad. You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still. What? I know my place in the exhibit over there. Oh dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself. Dot. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming. Your words hearten me, I must say. But if I were to shirk my duties here, Madame would have me pay monetary recompense and Iris's dinner plate would be empty once more. Forget that, I'll pay for everything. Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. No offer to share the cost from Mr. Sholmes, then. I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Tadahodo. Thank you, Miss Asada. Right, let's go. Okay. All we need is money for him to be our friend. Oh, shit. Enoch Drebber's workshop. We busting in here. We taking over. That looks like... Oh, it's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Indeed, it would appear so, though only a prototype, naturally. Ah, you got here then. Gina, well done for finding this place. And in such little time. You really worked miracles. It's Toby who's the miracle worker. Woof! Oh, hey. Oh, I thought you lot would show up here before long. Why do you have your eyes closed? Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. He looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer? Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here. Oh, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us the chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say, go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around in here, I'd get cracking. Lord Van Zeeks and the forensics investigation team are on their way here as we speak. Them again. I imagine you got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Sholmes. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Right then, let's see what we can find in here. Bum 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 bum. The arrows for the crossbow. This is, it's a European style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose? Crossbow bolts these, and just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words, yep, that's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Drebber was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. Ah, this appears to be most interesting. Yes, this is most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? My Terry won its first tourney? Tourney? What? It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. I have no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Ah. Would you like a massage? No, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drebber than conjuring tricks. I couldn't agree more, my dear madame. And how about you, Miss Nadodo? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not going to let that go, is he? It's curious, though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. Okay. Alright, Gregson, tell me what you found. I'm sorry, Miss Nadodo, that machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for a Scientific Equipment Act. There'd be serious repercussions if you were to examine it. From the Crown and the government. Susato, I think you missed the memo. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose change dropped on the floor, nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella. Aw, she said my dear fella, that's great. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just these two, Mrs. Sato. What? I tried talking with Greg Z, man. I wanted to talk to Greg Z. There's a door back there. Maybe we should head back. This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, it looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it. There's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission, and no one's giving it to you. Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that. Well, if there's no sound of anyone on the other side. No, Drebber must have fled at the first sign of danger. Thud. Oh. Is something wrong, Mr. Sato? Well, I thought I heard a noise. Someone shut Sholmes up from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it and all. What you reckon, Toby? Right, mind the grease. Thud, thud, thud. Whoever's in there, open up. This is Scotland Yard. He's booking it! Oh my. Someone is in there. Ah, this rotten bleeding lock. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago, if only it were countenances, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. No. Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. Click. There, you may enter at will. You've confused minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for one, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes! Prepare for action. Let's go, boys. I'm ready. I'm gaming. Oh, he... That's a bomb! What? What's happening here? Why is everything upside down? Rats, that ain't no one in here after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises. Maybe that was the sound of Drebber running away. But there's only one door in this room. And no windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high, but there's footprints right up there. What's that up there? Are they footprints on the ceiling? Below me, what? Gregson? Gregson, oh my god. What we have here then? Does no one see them, Bomb? Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry. Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. To what? To that Professor Hairbrain's bombing machine, is it? Blimey! If we had these, there'd have been no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There was something of great interest here, too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope? What's significant about that? Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruto. We must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrive too. Yeah, there's a freaking massive bomb right here. Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Ah, Mr. Naruto. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. It looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped up in a large watch to me, but ah! Oh, that was Sasato. Sorry, frog in my throat. Mrs. Sato, what's the matter? That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? What did you say? Oh, time bomb? Like from Buried? Sorry, but what is a time bomb exactly? You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruto. I won't take that as a compliment. Nah, you don't know nothing, do you, Aldo? You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I'll invite you to consult the direct dictionary later, Mr. Naruto. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance. Oh, thank goodness. But then, what is it? Put the hat back on? What? No, the wardrobe edition expired. I see, so that's it. Goodness, Mr. Sholmes. Have you seen to the heart of the matter? There are times when I consider my lot most unfair, for I am fated never to know how it feels to flounder. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Mr. Sato. Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Oh shit, one of these, okay. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Jebba himself. Oh, but how could you... And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is without question completely genuine. Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything. Here we go, we're gonna do a great deduction. It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway. Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done. You're too kind, my dear madame. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Mrs. Sato. Oh, yes. I'd be delighted. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Let's do it. I'm ready. The game's afoot. Here we go. It's plain to see that the room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table and chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room is on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that? Indeed! Oh my god, there's a safe code right there, chat. The key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the earth. For the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness. The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Mr. Sato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to the one featured in a dream of mine, only the other day, in fact. Oh my god. But then why does it have a clock on it? A most relevant question indeed. That is the timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in this room has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion some time later by the timer device. I've witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. I think that is completely wrong, but, you know. Pop off, I guess. Here we go. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madame. The reason those footprints are on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is. Ah. Oh my god, they put so much effort into this great deduction. Holy crap. Good job, game devs. By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently? Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end of the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. Don't touch the fucking bomb, Sholmes. You're gonna kill us all. Okay. And thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Alright, let's correct everything you just said. Gregson. They're not listening, actually. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there is just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean. I would say that with a man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it is no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. But your whole deduction hinges on it. Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. Huh. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my most enduring pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Mr. Sato lent me once. Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Wait, she just has a little objection there? Why not? Give her one. The spell's broken at last. The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall. But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find do ropes. And as is evidence of such, you'll need only look at the mystery we faced in this room, now skillfully unraveled. That argument is as circular of the coils of rope. I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth. Yes, you're right. And we must do it quickly before Enoch Drebber gets too far away. If you're ready, then let us resume. Herlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Alright, hold it. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, and the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room is on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that? Indeed, the key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the earth. For the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness. The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. To think gravity could have been reversed in this very room, I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. If only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation. But the man himself admitted it was scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once. Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Mrs. Ada. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he? While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, I suppose so. Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. There's an upright vase right here. Very well, I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure. Ah, look at that. I know, that slender little vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment, but the flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say? To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, something else about it made a rather deeper impression on me.
Take that!
Yeah, there we go. Bam! The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? Oh, shit. No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes, trust me. As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in this room is upside down. This unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all! My deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes. But the show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? And quite, and naturally there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself.
Take that!
It's the save combination, Sholmes. Come on, get your head in the game, man. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year, when I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside of a book cover, just in case. And that's it. For people are forgetful souls at heart and always make a written note of important information. Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think. And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? When the day of the draw came around, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it. And that's it. For people are forgetful souls at heart, always forget where they've noted things down. Not if you always note things in the same place. I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped the ticket into, so I had to turn my room upside. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo, but I believe I've proved my point now. Which is that a very similar scenario is clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered he'd written it on the other side of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one, leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Dribble overturned all the furniture in here in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. Boom. Oh, we're speeding up the music a little bit. Now let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there in the ceiling? A question which will answer us neatly to the truth, my dear madame. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there? Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, life was so much simpler in those Halicon days when gravity could be reversed. It was minutes ago, and those Halicon days, Halcyon days never existed in the first place. Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail. Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. There's footprints on the balloon! Dude. This is a gas balloon, isn't it? It's tiny, but it does seem to be a real balloon. Yes, I think you're right. I think it's helium that's keeping it up. A green gas balloon. Why does that seem to ring a bell with me? If you can see, there are footprints on this balloon too. Look. Oh yes. Surely that's a clue, isn't it? Though what it tells us, I'm not sure. I think that's the only...
Take that!
No? Damn. Damn, shawty. That's a rough one. That's unfortunate, man. Damn, man. I gotta point off. That's what a tragedy. What a tragedy, Mr. Naruhodo. Damn, that really hurts, man. That did really hurt. That's the first time I've ever gotten one of these wrong, I think. Oh my god, I have to go through this part again? Damn, shawty. Okay. Different angle. Approach it from a there's a shoe. There's a shoe on the balloon. There's a shoe on the balloon. It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there. Look. Oh yes, and there are more footprints on this little balloon too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there and became lodged, do you think? If so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes up at the ceiling though? Oh dear, that's beyond me, I'm afraid.
Take that!
There we go, it was the fucking shoe. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. On closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon. But for what purpose? A green balloon? That seems somewhat familiar data. It was a piece of green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene. And inside the green balloon that Master Gotts claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was the second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception. You mean to say, if we assume the balloon in there is a model of one used on the day, there is a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach. Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Most probably Drebber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights. Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there were some way we could see inside. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope. To reach the intended destination, what a better tool than this rope? Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. All right, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground? Which is much easier said than done, I feel. And could take us a very long time as well. True. Perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we? Oh my god, we're gonna use the crossbow? No way. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than the crossbow? That was found at the scene, in fact. And in all likelihood belongs to Mr. Drebber. If the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. Well, damn. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon? Bam! Bop! The head! Ah! What the? A waxwork? Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means. Just a moment, this is the head of a waxwork model? Does that mean, oh goodness. I see you've joined the dots, Mrs. Otto. Excellent. Of course, a headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Tuspel's model that you'd largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Tuspel's will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes. But why is it here? This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tuspel's and returning it, sans tit, earlier today, was none other than Enoch Drebber. This is incredible. Professor Harebrain's case and the waxwork abduction they're inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. Bro. Oh my god. Oh my god! Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure. The architect? This is a new music! Whoa, what are they doing? You mean Mr. Drebber? As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be here in the room. What? And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this deduction. Enoch Drebber is right here, somewhere in this room. So, Mr. Nada-Odo, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be the... Bum, 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 bum. Is it the large safe? No way, right? Wardrobe? If you need to hide, there's no better place than a wardrobe. I stand firmly behind that. Ah yes, you had some experience of that yourself years ago, didn't you? We'll find him in there, mark my words. He'll be curled up in a ball, trembling and hungry. In fact, my own hand is trembling just thinking about making the discovery. Never mind, Miss Nada-Odo. He could be hiding somewhere else, you know. I think it's probably the safe. But I don't know how. Look at all that mess in front of the safe. Yes, plans and accounting ledgers. Almost as if somebody was in a hurry to empty the contents of the safe, in fact. It has to be the safe.
Take that!
Has to be the safe. Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here. Which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe. And pressed for time, made no attempt to right the furniture he overturned in the process. From which we can deduce that the search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber is at this very moment inside the safe. And thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Bam. Bam! Deduction complete. Elementary. Let's do it. Come out! Pussy. So, Miss Nadahedo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? And what else? Let's see. The combination was 1432582. I knew that. All right then. Here goes. Hey, what's up, dude? Ha! Bollocks. You found me. Oh my god. Hey. Is he entirely mechanical? Oh, my boy, chill. Oh, he's getting sturdy with it. Why is he getting so sturdy? He's hitting the gritty so hard. He just hit the gritty harder than I've ever seen anyone hit the gritty. All right then, sir, Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume. Correct. Correct. You'd better start talking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain with that bogus machine you built. And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Tuspells as well. Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Yo! He's in the gritty! Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Oh my god, he was playing Indiana Jones! It is a live bomb! Your parcel? I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in the most prominent position. Ah. Ha 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 ha. I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me then? No! Oh my god. Don't blow up right now. Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare. That was too close for comfort. I've got one foot in the grave already. Oh, wait, did he? Why are you trying to help us get a killer or get us killed? Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say. Anti-gravity devices don't exist. Phew, I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. Oh my god. Well, you got a lot to answer for, motherfucker. What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over, don't you worry, Drebber. What fails to click with me is how you're able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? Oh, that would have been me. Oh. For some reason, I woke in fine fettle today. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly I must have a screw loose though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loses. I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down. We also find a rope over by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So I had set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably, though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe, having first set this parcel ticking. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. Whew, shit, dude. Got a death wish, have you? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe, it's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. But once you'd climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is. I had always intended to blow this place to smithers in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up? No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? My god, his animations are cool. Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Ah! I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Oh my god. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? Oh my god. I think we have a fairly good idea what's been going on here now. But what about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. After all, that's enough. Oh shit, what are you doing here, ma'am? What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you are aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well. Dr. Scythe again, so the forensic investigation team are here. And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once. My dear madame, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe? You know each other? Hello, Sholmes. Oh shit, Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe. In what kind of way? If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell, you— Get out! But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo, yes? It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes, let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. Ugh. I said get out, now, all of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Oh shit, Gregson, no! Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place. And the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here, had this lot disarmed. Inspector, My boy! My boy! Greggy! Greggy! I'm giving Drebber like a villager from Minecraft voice, and I just realized that. So I'm giving you a chuckle, has it, Drebber? Ah, so sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. Why is sorry highlighted? You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. Eh? What are you... That one? You mean... Oh, fuck. Well, we gotta get the hell out of here right now. We gotta go. Oh, no! Get out of there! It's gonna blow! Oh, shit. Oh, we got played. It was an hour later that we heard the news. We got played! Because the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act forbade it. Oh my god. They're gonna have to glue you back together in hell! Of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage of the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. You motherfucker. Oh, we're gonna nail this guy in court so hard. You're done. You're done, Sonny. Oh, we're going into trial here. I can't believe he pulled a fast one on us. I can't believe it. All right, here we go. We're going into court. God, I'm gonna have to do Harebrain's voice again. Well, good morning to you, Miss Naruto. I kind of regret making my voice like this, but it's too late to change it now. Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. I should be, even I, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Why, naturally. A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you, I really appreciate it. I'll see you later, then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes. Do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but My dear fellows, I must interject. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction, huh? Sorry, I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then... As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Sorry to cut in. Oh, sorry to cut in. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? I don't know. Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. That mass murderers? Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy? He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. He was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. I have a feeling that Dr. Scythe is a part of this somehow. I have a feeling she's not innocent here. Condemned prisoner, redacted for conscientious, student of the professor. Death by hanging at midnight. Courtney Stevens. Stevens. Is that her maiden name? Is she married? Wait. There's no Steven in here, is there? Huh. Whoa, interesting, interesting. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Us lowly lot at the yard are just doing what we can. In the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. Alright. Well then, Professor Harebrain, this is it. Today we're going to lay all this to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Drebber. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. This is it then. The final chapter. Not of the game, but of this chapter in the game. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. I'm nervous. What do you mean something's gonna happen? Let's go. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Oh my god, the masked man is here. I forgot. I forgot the masked man was showing up. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? Holy shit, there he is. The prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zieks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. Ooh, shit, dude. If I may, Lord Van Zieks. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Oh! Oh my god! Yes! Oh! Look at how cool that animation was. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of this trial. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments by the look of it. The way he holds himself. The way he moves. It couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but oh, this is so very hard. It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed?
Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty.
I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing. Blair, to take a man's life with conjuring trick, it is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Blair. Fake scientists should feel the wrath of God. That is a great line. That's a great line.
We had to listen was sent on both sides of the fence. And, they settled on one. That's it, isn't it?
Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all.
If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zieks. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons.
It was
What? An explosion?
This is an outrage!
Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene, taken in the wake of the explosion. The door opens. It opens, chat. It literally opens. It shows what little remains of the machine. Yes, a terrible business. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Drebber. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control.
Objection.
Objection. As Lord Van Zieks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Asman. So what exactly were those two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Okay. Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zieks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. Here we go, baby. He's here. Look at how cool he looks. High key, though. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation. Hard to pin down, I would say.
See that black monocle?
Yes, why do I feel as though I've seen this somewhere before? Oh, you do? I have the exact same feeling myself.
Brrr.
Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigation indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure.
An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last.
What? Good gracious. Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir?
Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection, you blew it up. But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick. Objection. You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of staged trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But, man, we've procrastinated long enough. I felt that. Witness, will you not give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition? Understood. All right, here we go. Witness testimony. The kinesis machine. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprint and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? Or the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower? A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. Okay. A body double? That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. It's basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what by all accounts must be an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit a government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. An investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent and science there. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by the misuse of science? He's got a dope outfit, doesn't he? Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. No one is in the fucking stream, bro. I'm crying about that. Yes, my lord. I'd be crying about that one, chat. I think Mr. Tix is still here, though. I think he's the only one. The kinesis machine. Okay, so. I know what I want to press on here. How are you doing today, man? I think I can present the waxwork here.
Objection.
No. That is not what I was supposed to object on.
Hold it.
Hold it. Of course, that's it. Nope.
Objection.
No. Ah, you dumbass. Come on, Rinosuke. No, I heard you before, but the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Scythe absolutely ruled that out as a possibility. It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact. So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman, then. Then how did it work? What are you thinking, Miss Nodohodo? Oh, no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. Okay. So, can I not present, like, a waxwork here? Wait, can I examine this? This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it wasn't put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know, it's starting to make me livid, actually. Miss Nodohodo, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right. Sorry. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, I didn't look at this. Is this actually his award? Little metal plaque here. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly Mr. Drebber really was a very talented artist. Okay. I'm so curious. Because the glass, I think, proves it, right? Let's look at the wooden bird cage that we apparently took. There's a hole here. Ah, look here, Mr. Sato. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a height? Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying down to the crystal tower below. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters, leaving the man inside tragically dead. Causing damage to its base. Okay, that's good to know. That in the photo kind of looks like a waxwork, doesn't it? I'm stretching here, honestly. Dude, look, the crystal shards are there. What? Bro, I don't know, dog. I want to present this on this. Let me save one more time because we inspected a lot of evidence just now. How's Super Mario World going, man? We inspected a lot of evidence. Let me do it right here. No? Okay, I know what my theory is about a waxwork being involved somehow. I think I just need to start pressing on shit though, because I don't think I have like enough evidence to like go that route yet. Almost finished after 2 days? Nice. So you were already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself?
Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he were an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for.
So why did Mr. Asman approach you in particular then? Oh, damn.
Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering.
Not to mention excellence in fraud. God.
Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given.
In other words, the Kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles.
Yes, you might say that. Professor Hairbrain certainly has a mind like no other.
On a game that should maybe take a few hours. I mean, that's, you know, be like that sometimes.
Hold it.
Hold it. It's clear that you both have scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic. However, hey, what's up, Jared?
The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think.
It's a possibility that we have to explore.
Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there?
It appears that the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind.
And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear.
He must have planned all this from the outset.
But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick.
If, dude, you're the one who built the machine and there was a time bomb in the machine, then who put the time bomb there? It was you!
Hold it!
All right. Oh, I already pressed on this one. I'm an idiot. I already pressed on this one. How you doing today, Chair Dude? How's it going, man? Good? Good to hear, man. Good to hear. Bum, 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 bum. All right, here we go. Hold it. It crashed head first, you say?
According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes.
Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day? Dude, why is he getting sturdy with it?
Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop.
Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Oh?
Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes. The birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower.
Add that to your testimony, please. What a surprise.
I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it?
How would you have come by that information?
Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body.
Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant. And he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height. Named myself Border Patrol and started playing Papers, Please noises in SCPSL. Interesting.
Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems.
Do we know which injury was the fatal one? The stab?
Sadly not.
Oh, really?
Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died, having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height.
I suppose that's hard to deny.
A terrible accident, I grant you.
Yeah, like, the broken neck would be fatal, except for the fact that the stab would have also been fatal because it went through his heart. You know what I want to present right here? Head first, he says. He says head first. Let me save one more time because we just pressed a lot. I know I'm saving a lot, I'm sorry. But like, I want to present something here. I want to present something. I want to present the birdcage itself.
Objection!
Yeah, because the base is broken, not the head. We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the Crystal Tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot.
Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the crystal tower, into the glass of the Crystal Tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely.
I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood were at the base of the birdcage, not the top.
What are you saying?
That's the opposite of where they should be. Oh my god, I just realized the Judge and Drebber's voices are so similar. God damn it. Every time I voice a new character, it's similar to another character. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the Crystal Tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were 2 bird cages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery.
Yeah. Good gracious. Explain yourself, witness.
Aye.
Well,
If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower. But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. The birdcage materialized into the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion, at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the Crystal Tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection.
But the victim's neck was broken. He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. Oh shit.
hitting the gritty. Gritty hitted. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra, actually.
He wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zieks. This witness is clearly a swindler and one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here.
Ah yes, and there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates.
What? Adrenaline would have kept the victim alive? Perhaps. I don't know which wound came first, to be honest, but I suspect we'll find out.
It seems that to me, the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically after all.
I nearly had him there. He's hitting the gritty so hard right now.
The kinesis clearly took place because there's no one else 30 feet.
Come on, brother! Come on! Nowhere else for it to have fallen from? Come on, man. Oh, it's so easy. Probably
Objection.
my brother in Christ. No, don't save it. Load it. I have to present the balloon. But how do I present the balloon if not the picture?
Hold it.
Hold it. I'm just gonna press for right now. What do you mean?
Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience.
Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Aspen on the experimentation stage. That's true.
And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere.
Oh my god, look at Kazuma.
The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. That difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the Crystal Tower. A trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Oh yes, it's all very well thought out.
Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean. Irritatingly, yes. So, I think I want to present this here. Because if we look at the court record, right? There's this. The stage and this are pretty equidistant. Pretty equidistant right here. If he fell through this and fell way down there, it might have done the same thing. It's a pretty similar distance, isn't it? And I think I say that with this.
Oh my god, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. So, am I presenting the balloon here? The kinesis because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. I want to say the balloon, man.
Objection.
I want to say the balloon, but I don't think it's the balloon anymore. If it's not that and it wasn't the picture, then they don't want me to say the balloon. So I'm at a little bit of a loss. I have to present something here though. And it's not the photo. Unless I wanna, no, okay, I can't examine that photo. I don't know. You know what, chat?
Objection.
Yeah, okay. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. I felt like that was the last thing I could have possibly presented there. That was my last guess. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No! Oh, he's waiting. Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place to where you are referring on the same diagram. The alternative location from which the birdcage could possibly have fallen the requisite 30 feet. Right here.
Take that.
I gotta go. I'll see you tomorrow. All right, see you later, Mr. Six. Thank you for coming out. The place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, counsel. It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. Boom. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Hell yeah, brother. Boom. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. That's what I was talking about. Good lord, the metal grille that formed the floor of the machine is undone. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated. Immediately! Mr. Drebber. It was you who built the kinesis machine. Which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference. Because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Asmon's life. And lay the blame firmly at the professor's door. Something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Oh shit. He got a little angy there. He got a little bit baby boy angy. Slice the cap. Thank you. Pours himself a glass. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions. Oh, just broke it immediately. The prosecution would like to crush the defense's arguments slowly but surely. Your argument fails to hold water. On 2 counts. 2? Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff at the exhibition has attested to that. And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages. Objection, but I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow. That doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. Well, what if they're wrong? And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? And I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Van Zieks? The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. 30%? Certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either one of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death, the diametric opposite of fact. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. Okay, so we need to think this out. Look at him dancing! Okay, he's just chilling, man. He's having a good time. It seems the defense's assertion is somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zieks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. I want to read that shit right now. Please let me read that. It's true. Well, hold on. Let me read the contract first. Damn. The investor, Mr. Odie Asman, hereby enter into contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Okay. Provider. Fund labor and materials. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations for government grants for other income. Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on the condition that both contracting parties are alive. It's interesting. Okay, it's true. If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the bird cage under the stage with the one at Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. Aha, so I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Nadahoda. And I have no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too. Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection.
Hold up, motherfucker. I'm not done with you yet. Alright. At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage. Yet we now know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. Boom. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. Oh, shit. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting... Boom. Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection!
Oh, shit.
An accomplice now. Well, then I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? What do I do here? At the moment, this is a little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear as a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice or not? We have to name him. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. I'm gonna save. I don't know who it is, chat. I don't. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue. Counsel. Wait! No way! My lord? You have received a stark warning already. If you nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So your answer, please. Chat. Chat! Are we feeling it? I have two opinions here. I have a few opinions. It could have been a case of the accomplice getting turned on and becoming the victim. Either that or it was Courtney. Or I don't think there was any way it could have been Esmeralda though. Unless she did it to get her waxwork back. Fuck. I've not been really following along really well. I'm a fuck me, dude. I have a hunch it's Courtney. I have a hunch.
Take that!
No. No, it isn't. Okay, let me play out. Let me just make sure I'm taking damage. Let me just make sure I don't take any damage here, or if I do take damage. Oh wait. Oh shit. I'm sure it'll be alright, Miss Naruhodo. Thank you, Mr. Zato. Oh my god. There's no way. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then. Here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, counsel, now. Holy shit. The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe. What in the blazes are you talking about? Dr. Scythe. Oh shit. The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim? Oh, this is a big boy accusation right here. We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in that team's presence. Oh my god. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. Oh shit, okay. We're really doing this?
You've got a nerve, lad. Standing up there dragging the Yard's name through the mud.
I didn't mean to...
I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal?
My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. Ugh. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What?
Certainly if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also have contained a body.
And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Assman. That's true. If my argument is that there were 2 bird cages, then there must have been 1 person inside each. But I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet, have I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? I want to present evidence! Hello, Valeria, how's it going? Very well, I'm a snooze an ad. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Assman's body double. Good gracious, evidence. I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now! The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witness would have only seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage was... I hope I'm right about this.
Take that!
I hope I'm right about this. We know that the victim, Mr. Assman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage. And therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contains something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the Crystal Tower. Yes, counsel. According to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was, in fact... It's all right, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Oh, shit. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Mr. Sato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing that, oh my god, we brought the entire waxwork? How did we do that? How did we bring the entire waxwork into the court? I have my eyes closed, man. Hey, oh man, it looks so grim, doesn't it? it do be looking grim, though. It's been well, that's good to hear. Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Stare deep into your eyes. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is your time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
I made 2 new friends today? That's good. You started by indicating the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicating waxworks? Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. What? Just days before Professor Harebrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tuspel's. Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then the timing. Is this true, Mr. Drebber? Yeah. At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now, the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Assman.
Objection!
Boom. Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. Ugh. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide? My slaps are weak today. Wait. Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible.
My lord!
Yeah, hold on. We're gonna have to do a summation examination. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman.
Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement.
All right, let's get on with it already. Very good, in that case. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty.
Okay. Well, let's do the little examination.
Guilty.
Guilty!
Kill me.
Wait, I want to see her use her corn. Use the corn. Yeah! That was amazing. That was worth every bit. Okay. Dude, the judge must be hot up there, huh? So as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew that was going to happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Nodohodo, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged. Here we go. Whew. Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions.
I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything.
It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another.
Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I have had my own problems with members of the police. Bleh, I do not trust them much.
I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork has ever been inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
Accusing someone without right evidences? He's not a proper job, is he? I won't have it.
Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asmund's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary, but that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Nodohodo? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Here we go. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal.
I've known that woman for years.
Hold it. Why are you speaking first? The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason.
I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when needs must. What's wrong with that?
Where do I start?
I've been working at the yard for 40-odd years.
That's even more than I thought.
I've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know.
Of course, things have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime. We had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And win we did. Forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now. And she spearheaded the revolution.
Dr. Scythe, you mean?
That's right. About 10 years ago now it was, when I was still a youngish bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team, and a woman no less.
Oh my god. There's some stuff to unpack with that statement for sure. There's some stuff there.
Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell ya.
Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air?
We were all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of vim we were, full of vim.
That's coming across loud and clear.
It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another.
Hold it. But we're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir?
The man behind those murders on Sullivan Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you.
That's really not relevant to this case, is it?
You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible.
Oh.
That's right. Oh, that woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh.
I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. Oh dear, this is most troubling. Surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
Hold it!
Why would you assume that?
Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he?
True, as it stands, we don't know of any connection.
Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork.
Romantic?
A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know.
Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to.
One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman.
The defendant?
Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor.
Yo! Albert and Barack? I didn't even consider that before. This woman's opened my eyes. This woman, maybe more astute than I've been giving her credit for. That's great.
If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough.
Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know.
I have my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much.
It sounds Russian. I'm trying to make it bleh, Transylvania. What sort of problems?
Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Bleh.
Right, I see.
Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. Bleh. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. Bleh. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult.
Dude! Yeah, stop that! You're gonna shoot Corn Girl! Look at poor Corn. Actually, it would miss her, wouldn't it? It would miss her and go straight into your hat, and your hat, and your hat, and your hat! Stop waving that gun around! Excuse me! Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermore?
There you call him a murderer.
Oh, sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny?
Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Oh my god. Perhaps we can move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do.
Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this.
What was it like, sir?
We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then.
Respected you?
No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. A coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. She was the best of the best. Then the apple, the force is odd. Hold it.
Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens?
Ah, sorry. Got a bit carried away there.
Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name. Her maiden name? So that was before she was married. Who is she married to? Because it should have been me! Okay, anyways.
Of course, yes. Silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it?
Steven. Oh my god. Oh my god! Oh my god! What if this is a fake name? Oh shit, okay. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently.
Anyway, the point is, those are the great days of policing, not like now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name?
Well, yes, I don't see why not.
Okay, interesting. Bum 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 bum. Press, hold it. But you claimed the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick.
That I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I grant you, given that the cage appeared from a missing explosion, there'd have been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency.
The point is, if you're gonna make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science.
I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present him suitable evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not? I can! Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir.
Well, I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here.
That is clearly racist. You don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside that birdcage. Namely...
Take that!
Take that!
What's that? A piece of glass? Though it's unusually thick for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
The Crystal Tower. Holy smoke!
Exactly. The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in the question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass.
From whence this small piece originated. Is that it?
Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you.
Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it.
Damn! Can I just, like, take that sentence and, like, give it to multiple characters in this game? Just saying.
In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please.
Okay, nice. Can I press that too? Thank you for reconsidering your position, sir.
Your words are misplaced, boy. My opinion is governed by logic and science, and nothing else. Yes, science is where you should direct your words of gratitude.
Thank you, science. Yes, science. He's waiting for me to do it.
What's the matter with you? Too good to say some words of thanks to the mother of all academic subjects.
What is it about scientists, honestly? Accusing someone. I'm kind of voicing her like Cartman from South Park. That's kind of what I'm trying to do. I don't know if I don't know. I like her voice. I gotta ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you?
Colonel Cobb, he's been growing back at the farm. Picked him up on the way into town. He's a proper nibbler, he is.
Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe can wait until after the trial?
Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at a time like these. Whenever I've some out big decide, the colonels always point me in the right direction, see?
You're talking about your cob of corn?
Nibble, nobble, guilty bobble. Nibble, not guilty out. Nibble, nobble, guilty bobble. Nibble, not guilty out.
Okay, her voice is a little annoying now. Nibble now, oh my god, you can stop. You can stop. Perhaps
it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals like people do back home. So Professor Harebrain's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn. Could you not at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt?
Oh, I don't know about that. My time's awfully full already.
Amazingly. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage. But on the other hand, it explains a lot. If there really is a reason why the particular waxwork had to be used in Mr. Asmund's double, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it. The truth is, I'm not sure that's the key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it too. In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean whilst trying to change the jurors' minds. If you can read a book while eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm sure you can do this. Can I, like, examine this? No, okay. Okay. Let me press this one. Let me press this statement. She was legendary, was she?
What do you say?
That
woman is still the best coroner in the land. Head of the forensic investigation team.
Legendary was your description, sir, not mine.
Rubbish, that word never passed my lips. I never describe anyone that way, ever. Not if they were still in the game.
I think the point you're trying to make is that Dr. Scythe is an extremely talented coroner. Would that be fair?
It would! If it weren't for the fact that you're trying to drag that legendary woman's reputation to the mud.
I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that legendary. Huh. So... Oh, wait. I know what I need to do.
Objection.
There we go. Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious. Two statements to defer, counsel.
If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5.
Oh, you mean me?
You pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror just sitting beside you.
Oh, is that right?
Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument?
I don't understand much beside Colonel Cobb, to be honest.
Of course you don't.
If I could interject here.
Please do, Winston Churchill.
Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further.
Thank you, Winston.
Well, me too then.
Sorry?
If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See? I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb. Anyone's got stuff in between the ears. Guilty. Not guilty. Shit.
There we go, boys. Success. If you can call it that. That's a whole other cob of corn in it. So can I put that? No, I cannot. Okay. The form of the jury isn't listening. Mom. Oh my god. This is, oh no, no one is listening to what I'm saying. I have a rethink then. God damn it, Von Zeeks. Fear not, my learned friend. I heard every sorry word. You're always listening to me, man. Sounds like I'm on the wrong track here. I'd better think again. Oh god, Ms. Green. man. I don't know, because I've already pressed these. I think I need to change her mine. You know? Let me save right here. Let me save. Let me save right here. I think it might be those two together. I think it might be.
Objection!
Yeah, there we go.
Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious. Those statements are fair, counsel.
So, jury number 2.
My gosh, me? What can I do for you?
I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before.
Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. Oh, but oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean.
Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitively linked to the waxwork of the killer. What? The defense has evidence I do? Oh my goodness, evidence you say?
How utterly enthralling.
Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim.
I don't know. Of course, my lord, I asked the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murderer known as the Professor. Okay.
Take that!
Yes. I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago.
A 10-year-old autopsy report. What relevance does that have?
It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor.
The Professors. But the man was a capital offender, so...
That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens.
Oh my, Courtney Stevens?
Strike a light!
It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber was very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tuspel's. A waxwork that doesn't, in fact, resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all.
And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events?
Absolutely. I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the Professor case is at the heart of a link we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is almost extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further.
Thank you, ma'am. Boom, we just need one more now.
Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end.
All right, bam. Let's go. Let's go, boys. We got him. We did it.
Thank you, counsel, that will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now called guilty, against 4 who called not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. And the trial must continue.
Oh, we did it.
Oh, well done, Miss Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory.
Nice. Let's go.
A waxwork of the despicable professor. Used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation.
It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there is a special significance to that link.
I don't know you haven't approved, Lan. I really don't.
The truth, sir. By using evidence and testimony.
Well,
If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness.
the owner.
Oh, Esmeralda? I'm really fucking invested by this. Nice. I'm glad, Chair, dude. Madame Tuspels. Oh, I really thought that Lord Van Zieks would object to this whole line of inquiry.
Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect. ...
Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. Oh shit, what do you mean by that?
The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witnesses and prepare her for taking the stand. I really messed that line up.
Madame Tuspels, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord.
Thank you, McSquizzy!
McSquizzy! Thank you for the follow, McSquizzy. How you doing? How you doing, dude? I'm playing Ace Attorney right now. Kind of gaming. I'm just like gaming. Like just gaming, honestly. What's up? Ooh, a stretch. Ooh. Oh yeah. Oh, that feels good. Thank you, chair dude. And a posture check. Sitting up straight. Woo. All right. Dude, I don't know what we're gonna glean from Madame Tuspels, but we'll figure it out. I was hoping Dr. Scythe would be called as a witness, but I guess not. Defendant's antechamber. Oh, the knight errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. Hey, what's up, Albert? I just spent 900 to make you do 3 things. Oh, hydrate. Fuck, I'm out of water. I'm out of soda. I'm out of coffee. I'm out of everything. There we go, I hydrated, thank you. Thank you.
I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What is this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he?
Of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who'd been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. Code Red tonight? Nah, not for me. I'm not gonna head out. Code Red's a bit too like far for me to head out every week. I want to go sometimes, but not. I want to finish this game playthrough before I start heading out to Code Reds again. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. As it turns out, Lord Van Zeeks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. Oh my god, my ear itches. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes, in what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zeeks. It seems that everyone in the trial has a link to the case somehow.
Yes. In fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other.
Excuse me. I don't know who this is. Is this... Oh, shit. What is she doing here? Get her away from me. She's gonna murder me. I've never played an Ace Attorney game before. Oh, brother. Then I'm sorry for all of the out of context and confusingness you're about to experience. Dr. Scythe. Hey, I may or may not have just accused you of being a accomplice to murder. Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe and Ace Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. What's it to you? To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory wielding my scalpel. Oh god, I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. A pleasant deodorant fragrance, I'd wager. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've Accused you of being Why would you tell her this? Why would you? Oh, hey, Crisis, welcome. So a lot of things happened while you were gone. a lot of things happened. We're accusing Dr. Scythe of being an accomplice. I don't know how it happened either. I don't really know how it happened, to be honest. There's so much new evidence. Oh my god, that you're just gonna have to go with it at this point. You're just gonna have to go with it at this point. And now Esmeralda's gonna testify. God. I'm hoping you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened.
That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Is Strongheart in on this too? Lord Strongheart?
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice.
Oh shit, you tell him, Zazada.
I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you.
Oh shit, dude. This might be a government conspiracy. I'm not even gonna lie to you. She mentioned it too. This Pandora's box.
Whatever does it all mean?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Ice Festival was fun. I don't. What is the Ice Festival? I don't even know. There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when this trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Oh yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. ... All right, I understand. Thank you. Good, I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing at that as you gnaw away on the truth. You purchased it? Didn't you make that yourself? What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. I don't know about this, chat. Why do I feel like we're going into a government conspiracy? It's time for the final chapter, then. I'm determined to find the truth. No matter what. You have 5 minutes left to live, my good fellow. My dear fellow. Oh, God. All right. Chair dude literally has, like, he hasn't been keeping up with these streams, and he was watching just one summation examination, and now he's, like, completely invested in what's gonna happen. And that's golden. Oh, and the masked man is here! The masked man is here! Crisis, oh my God. You should see the animations. I hope they do them again. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsel for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began as a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation. As seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zieks. My lord. Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspellis? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Very well. Bring in the witness. Oh, also the waxwork that was stolen was in Enoch Drebber's workshop, and also Enoch Drebber blew up the fucking rest of the machine. There was so much that happened. There's just so much that happened. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspellis to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on. Madame Tussbells! I love it. Oh, she's making a thing of Herlock! Look at that! State your name and occupation for the court, please.
My name is Madame Esperanza Tussbells. I am the waxwork artisan, and the proprietress of the Madame Tussbells Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testified. My new exhibits must open very soon.
Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are 2 of them in the world. This is getting out of hand.
Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face?
Ah, look at the 2 of them, Crisis. A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it has been kidnapped.
A waxwork model kidnapped.
Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Assman.
Oh, an Assman. But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Assman does not resemble the professor at all.
Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar.
Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor?
Oh my god, chat, I'm a sim.
I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd!
Pardon?
I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly it won't be that of the actual killer.
Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all.
The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information.
Quel dommage. I don't know how to do French, I'm sorry. It would seem you're unaware of the pastel's principles.
Oh, that they do waxworks at the moment of death? What principles?
The family Tussbells has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voilà, our principles. There is a well-known legend.
I got the there in there.
There is a well-known legend about the Tussbells waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tussbells family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Tussbells will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations.
Do you mean to say that beneath that mask...
Oui, the true visage of the killer is there.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question.
The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tussbells special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come.
I don't think Van Zieks would ever want to go near it, to be honest with you.
I think, Madame, it would be beneficial to hear from your former testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure.
Esmeralda is low-key one of my favorite characters of the case, just aesthetically. She's just aesthetically great. I like her a lot. The Professor Waxwork is a special exhibit. I also like doing her voice. That also helps. She's right up there with the little German boy. I loved their voices.
This special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shook society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tuspel's family principles. I enlisted the aid of a gravedigger, Enoch Drebber! Okay, cool. I got it. And created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried I could be discovered.
The gravedigger. The man sanctioned this.
Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh?
So you truly saw it. The face of that monster!
Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Tuspels would not be Tuspels if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madame.
Oh, have you?
A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time.
Ooh, that was an autosave. Okay. Interesting. 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 Whoa, there's a thing about a fire over here. Interesting. Just skimmed that real quick. Don't mind me. Oh my god. Wait, there's a signature for Odie Assman right there. Did he draw this? He was there. Oh my god.
This special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it.
This is insane. Okay. Assman, what a funny last name. I know it's Asman, but Assman is funnier. Look, it's right there. My god, his signature, dude.
Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum.
And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? I'm not gonna lie, I see why you call him Assman.
That is correct. The professor you see before you here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together. Here we go. Cross-examination. The Professor Waxwork. Hold it! And that rumor would be...
A 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget.
Right, I know just what you're talking about, I think.
Of course, it couldn't be anything else.
Well, yes, that story will never disappear.
The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this.
Okay, this is essential.
It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder.
We haven't heard this part yet.
The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life.
We haven't heard that part before. Then the corpse climbed out of his own grave. And then somebody shot him. Who? Who was it then?
Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor, perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital.
But was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it?
Oui, the special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madame, might I say something? Please go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth. Ah, I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It is not possible for the dead to come back to life.
Sorry?
10 years ago, I was there in Logate Cemetery. After the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging, I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead.
I see.
It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate.
Ooh, Van Zieks is probably pissed at all of us right now. Okay, here we go.
Hold it!
Is that true of every waxwork in your museum then?
It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know.
What sort of letters?
Because when my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Come ça?
I don't know French! Okay.
No. My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals a symbol of status even.
Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax.
And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor.
Whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse.
There are no exceptions to the principles of Taspels. I insisted.
Okay, who was it?
Hold it!
Was it Drebber? Surely that's illegal, isn't it?
It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to scope him, to record this history. It is the raison d'etre of the Taspels Museum.
But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity.
I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the Professor.
Do you realize what you're saying? The Professor's identity is a national secret!
I understand. And now that the truth about this special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close.
Of course it will, as will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madame.
That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you?
So 10 years ago on the night of the Professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse.
Oui, exactement.
Hold it. Okay, so interesting. You were there longer than you expected to be.
I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin.
Dare I ask?
The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time.
What do you mean?
When I take the impression of a visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death.
Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant?
It is because of rigor mortis.
Wriggly mortis?
It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state.
The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered.
Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one.
As the mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work.
It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses.
I wonder about that information the course just heard from Madame Tussbells.
It's significant. Gotta be. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us. Could you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see.
Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave.
This is no time for jokes, Mrs. Hada. Girl boss, honestly.
Madame, kindly amend your testimony as discussed.
Bien sûr.
Okay. Took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. I'm gonna press on that, but I think I have to present something there. Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described, whereby the corpse becomes... Wait a minute! How long was that after the execution? Because if it was starting to onset, 10 hours. I don't know. I think you said that it starts at the jaw about 3 hours post-death. So... Oh my god. Oh my god! So if it wasn't in the jaw, that means that the killer hadn't been dead for 3 hours at that point, right? Wait, he was fresh.
Oui, c'est ça. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season.
I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject.
No, that is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine.
Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science.
I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you'd like.
I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them.
Oh dear. I'll do my very best.
Oh, no, Susanoo! As dawn approached, I was very worried I could be discovered. I don't care about that, whatever. Okay, so here's the deal. Here's the dealio bedealio. Is there a time at midnight? Actually, let me press on this. Let me press on this actually, though. You say the dawn was approaching? What was the time of day then, approximately?
Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and vax, the morning light was becoming visible.
The execution took place on 17th June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year.
Indeed it did. First light would have been at around 4:40 in the morning.
So, midnight, 3 hours, if she started at 3. If rigor mortis... That really is early.
The fact is I had very little time, so I finished my work in a half hour.
Oh, shit. So he was executed on midnight. Rigor mortis should have started setting in at 3 o'clock. But she started at like 4:10. Which means he didn't die at midnight.
It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry.
Is it me or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now too?
You certainly appear to go extraordinary lengths for your work, madame.
I wonder, is what you just said particularly significant? It's significant! It is! Madame, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture and the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant.
Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Miss Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it?
That's not quite what I meant by significant.
Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madame.
With pleasure, my lord.
I'm gonna... Shit, I meant to go back. So that's all I have to go on.
What's your feeling, Miss Naruhodo?
For some reason, Dr. Scythe went along with Drebber's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the professor is the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that the waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow. In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings and the trial will be over. I agree. But interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all this means more to Lord Van Zieks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway. Yes, as do I. After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well. Okay, hello, Midnighter. How's it going? Welcome into the stream. How's it going? How's it going? So, I want to press on this, and I want to press. I'm just gonna speed through this. Cause I think I just. Oh, okay. I just went through this. Okay. I didn't remember if I did it or not. I didn't remember if I did. And then I want to press right here because I didn't press on this one. Do you have a reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something? I had paid the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area. Couldn't you just have paid off the warden too then? I had already paid the gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret, huh? The sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day, which means that it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting work. Oui, that must be correct. That would be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding. Okay, I know what I want to do here. I'm gonna put the autopsy report of the professor. I just don't know which statement I should push it on. I'm gonna try the last one, and if that doesn't work, I'm gonna try the one before it. Chat, I could fix her. So she's there, yeah. No, you know what? Fuck you. Updates your autopsy report. That's literally what I'm doing.
Objection.
Fuck. Okay, it was the other one. 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 Almost a year. Oh, almost a year, Crisis. Damn. Woo. How many days? Like 6 days? All right.
Objection.
Here we go, baby. Are you in court for being too cool? I am. No, actually, I'm defending someone for murder. Madam Tussbells, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. Oh, 8 days then. And is that a problem? It's the year anniversary? Oh, man. I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report. What year is this game set in? Like 1900, I think. Completely contradict one another. Quoi? I don't know how to do French. Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Tussbells was creating her wax impression just before dawn. And at that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madame? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. No! If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in. Oui, yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong!
Objection.
Objection. No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible! Order! Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of the staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place.
By heck!
Extraordinary!
Not my day.
Objection.
I am Ryunosuke, yes. My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question. He did. Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no objection. Mentally, I'm Rister, but in a DK costume? Hell yeah. Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Among Us happened.
Council present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution.
I'm a save chat. Oh my god, this is crazy ass trial. 10-year-old article. No way. No way. I'm doing it. What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. Oh my god, I have to snooze the ad. This is getting too good. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection.
Don't be a fool! That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened.
My word, yes indeed.
Maui, the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection.
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up.
And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him.
Objection, hold on. I know who he is, though. On the contrary, my lord, we know this witness very well. What?
Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place?
Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes.
You will substantiate your latest claim now then, counsel. Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
Bam! Take that. The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber?
The previous witness.
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Yo, the public gallery going cray-cray right now.
Order! Order! Surely not, counsel.
Drebber was there in Nogate Cemetery. What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tuspels doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, madame. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. None! But that would mean... Madame Tuspels, it would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber. Oui, yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. What? Oh my.
Good gracious!
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes, of course. Okay, we're gonna get a flashback here, shawty? Okay. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago. We were roommates. Was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is,
apart from in one newspaper. Is the Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I've already shown the court.
You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article?
Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms.
And they were roommates, chat. Unbelievable.
When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
I still am looking at the Asman down there.
I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactly. He was studying science at the university in London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery.
They used to make graves with bells in case a live person was buried. I think that's cool. It is cool. It's very cool. You're cool. I'm cool. We're all cool. Snooze the ad! So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today, even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Assman, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated, Dr. Scythe, would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court had seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. Oh my god, blackmail? But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. Ugh! Oh my god, it was blackmail. They weren't working together, he was threatening her. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected.
But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
She told us so herself, didn't she? Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart?
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. Please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me.
Here we go. Something happened on the night that killer's execution 10 years ago, and surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zeeks! The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped!
But Lord Van Zeeks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Oh my god, Van Zeeks. Yes! My homie! Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together. Hydrate.
Order, very well, I will uphold your request.
Bailiff, do whatever the hell I'm telling you to do in this text box I can't see. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. All right then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed.
I'm just a stone's throw away, I can feel it. The truth behind all this is about to come out. Here we go. Oh, and Madame Tussbells is still here. That's cool. I like her a lot, so. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeeks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. You tell her, Van Zeeks! Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. I want you to do overtime. Oh, we're going for like another 45. Are you kidding me? And where's your evidence? Oh my God, snooze the ad! I don't care. At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to the newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So he was the student who saw it. You can see the resemblance, actually, can't you? With the man in the Madame Tussbells, I mean. Surely he's not going to claim that's really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, was he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. Sephiroth, he is...
What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in a court of law, too. Gritty being hit. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth.
Oh shit! Oh, she's pissed!
So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course, as you wish. I'm going to be doing the gritty over here, if you don't mind. Witness testimony in the cemetery 10 years earlier. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say? Yes, the illustration of that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realize that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. And then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
Busting a move in the court. Wait a minute! You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now?
Of course, you'd have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead.
But, so you're saying this article is...
Not worth the paper it's printed on?
I think that would describe it perfectly, yes.
Ah! If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument?
Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Logate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The Repurposers. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add.
I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article?
Ah, yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done, claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish.
Chat, okay, there is an ad that's about to start, but we are about to do the cross-examination real quick. So we're gonna go through that, and as soon as I find the solution, I'll wait for the ad to end. So you guys won't miss anything. I promise you guys won't miss any story. But I'm just gonna do a gameplay bit, because I can't snooze the ad anymore. It's gonna run whether I want it to or not. So I'll see you guys on the other side of it. If you don't have a sub. If you do, you get to see everything. So consider subscribing. Anyways, well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed with the cross-examination now. At once, my lord. Here we go. Cross-examination. In the cemetery 10 years earlier.
The reason I was in Logate Cemetery at all was for a spot of moonlighting. Hold it!
By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you?
Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that.
Oh, hey, what's up, Esmeralda?
The lantern and spade.
But who on earth would want to bury it by a dead body?
Any major hospital.
A hospital?
In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious, huh? What is that word? Arrangements with a hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stormed to the graveyard at night, spade in hand. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research.
Oh, I know, Crisis. Professor Harebrain said exactly the same.
I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity in which you've revealed this abhorrent behavior. Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Logate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day.
Okay. Hold it. The strange happening at Logate Cemetery, which you now deny.
Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself.
So you went to the papers instead?
I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague throughout the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories.
What about the article in Daily Circus?
That particular journalist found me in my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night.
And from your description, he drew this illustration?
Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate, then? Well...
I'm not gonna lie, Rista, you saying Gritty being hit made me laugh so hard.
I mean, he's doing the gritty, is he not? Thinking back now, I realize I never saw the professor at all.
Hold it! What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned among students of the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
Gritty being hit. Gritty completed.
For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night, and as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life.
But you said you actually saw it.
I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night.
No. I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor?
If we have anything at all, Miss Naruhodo.
I know. I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his.
The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life.
Wait, so they actually want me to present something there? What could I possibly present? Bum 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 bum. Oh wait. Huh. I think it's either the head or the camera.
Objection.
Not the camera. It's not the camera.
Objection.
Not that either. Ow! Ow, Judge, huh? Wow, that judge is a dick to me, huh? Okay, you know, let's just finish pressing. Hold it. That young woman being Madame Tuspels, of course.
Precisely. I must say I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article, and the commissar found the man.
Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said.
I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Oui, I remembered now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas?
Uh-oh.
My emergency gritty. Did you? I can't say I remember.
What was it, madame?
His camera.
Ah! Show it to us! Ah. You need to preserve the tuned clips.
Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me wherever I made an excursion into any cemetery.
You took a camera with you, sir. To what end?
To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it.
I see.
But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the Tuspel's way. It would seem, then, that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Lowgate Cemetery on the night in question. Yes, interesting. That is very interesting. And I already looked in here. There was no picture. He took it out. This must be where he took it out. A camera with fucking evidence. I certainly never imagined a piece of evidence would be on display in Madame Tuspel's. She's very keen on everything being as true to life as possible, though, isn't she? I don't know what else I could look at with this camera, to be honest with you. What a wonderful machine. You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Is that blood? Almost irresistible, surely. But whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Oh my god. Poor Professor Mikotoba. I don't care. That's blood. Look, Miss Naruhodo. What is it? On the bellows, just here. There seem to be some very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Ha. Holy shit. Dude. I think this might be where we present this.
Objection.
No! I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. Where do I what do I present and on where?
Hold it.
This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus. Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let that slip that night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Mon Dieu, I had no idea. And having been run out, make yourself sound like Ray. I'm gonna refund that, because there's too many voices I can do. I'm okay with that one, but like, and also I've never played Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, so I'm sorry. But do that on a stream where there's like not Ace Attorney. And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade. You combined your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. And you use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Oh, he's pausing, man. Professor Albert Hairbrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. Excuse me! What are you doing? Wait, okay. What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? I wonder if perhaps it's because the circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Scythe's past that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Scythe are working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed. Yes, Miss Naruhodo, exactly. I have to present something here. That's the only way. I have to present something right here. I just don't know what I would do, man. You know? Ooh, knuckle crack, knuckle crack. I'll do the hydrate later. I don't know what I should do here. Charles Darwin to receive Copley Medal. That's great that they like added that like detail. That's so cool. Okay, wait.
I don't know. How do I prove it? It has to be something with this, right? It has to be something with the camera. But I don't know what. Chat, I'm gonna look it up. Chat, I am genuinely lost. Here we go. We're gonna do it. What do you mean no? What do you mean no? What do you mean no? It's The Rock. Wait, what is this? Trial part 3? Hold on. Trial part 4. Amount of Tuspel's testimony. It's significant. Witnesses, testimony. Updated camera. Present on statement 3. 10-year-old article. Present on statement 3? The 10-year-old article?
Objection.
Why? I'm lost. Call Jebber Clanker. I'm gonna refund some of these. I'm gonna refund some of these, chat. Hold on. I'm gonna refund that one, and I'm gonna refund that hydrate. I will check my posture though, and I'll complete all the other ones. God, 24 channel point things. But I don't believe that.
Don't believe what?
Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago.
Sorry. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds, but I was there and you were not. I know what I didn't see.
The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask.
Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the closed court's rulings that the man would wear a mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge.
Oh shit, you're right. So Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in the illustration. Okay.
Order! Well, Mr. Drebber?
How do you like my gritty? It's a vile scene, isn't it, if you look closely? And as I've already been at plain pains to put out, I was utterly petrified, which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken.
You're still saying you didn't see it?
If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, only too happy to oblige.
I can't believe he's still not gonna concede the point.
What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work.
Bullshit! Hold it. A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about?
Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's that terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself? Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly, the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity. Wouldn't you say?
Objection. I'm gonna hit the gritty. But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. If a grave digger has shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord.
Ah, yes, well.
I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter.
Excuse me.
Excuse me! Boom. Madam Tuspels, don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Ooh la la, pardon. I've lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now.
If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about?
Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, non? Including the gunshot.
Stop! You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Oh, shit. Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Oh, Van Zeeks! Okay. Grr. Please, Madame Tussbells. Carry on. Carry on indeed, Madame Tussbells. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man.
I said nothing of the sort!
Non, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask the figure was wearing. And the blood that splattered over you when he was shot.
Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making us all this up!
That will do! Mr. Drebber,
Yes.
you refute the account just given by Madame Tussbells? I have no recollection of ever saying those things.
Come on, do you really expect us to believe you?
Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom.
Right. Under the circumstances, Defa Shoddy and I think it best you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness.
Very well.
Van Zeeks, oh my god, he needs his dick sucked for real, for real.
There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any splattering blood.
Objection!
We got you! Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that is the camera from the fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. What the fuck? Don't worry about it, man. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens expands forward on the end of some bellows. Like this. Ooh, Van Zeek saying hold it? He's never said that before to me.
What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain.
Yeah. That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact.
Good lord, are you suggesting...
Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? Oh, shit. It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. Bro crawled out of a grave. Oh my god. OG Chair Dude is so invested in this. Oh my god. I'm happy that you are. I propose that Madame Tussbell's testimony was correct. And that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound.
Well,
Yeah. And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
but why? Why would he want to do that?
Well, not for his own gain, it would seem.
For whose then? Who could benefit?
Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. Dr. Scythe.
My goodness, he's shielding someone.
Yes, my lord. And clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life, to be exposed.
Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe.
Whatever do you mean?
God, she's so... I could fix her. Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor.
That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging.
If that were really true, Counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up.
Oh my god, we really are opening Pandora's box here. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret. Even if that meant being complicit in a crime.
You mean...
I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Assman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Boom! Look at him get that leg up there. Lord Van Zeeks. Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice, and a whole raft of other discourtesies now.
Goodness me.
It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at prison, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Considered what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary.
Quite. Hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it.
Blair, to rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Blair.
Well, I suppose. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money into the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too.
Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Assman at all. Are you forgetting that the death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim.
Well, I'm gonna refund that, Nick. If it's don't do any impression, just be Rister. Well, I'm gonna refund that.
This is our contract. It's very true.
Alright. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Assman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Assman. But why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with the charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? Oh my god, look at the masked man avoiding the chalice. That's so funny. How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country?
At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, Counsel, present your evidence.
All right. Who exactly was Mr. Asman to Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. I know what it is, and I'm gonna have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. 2? Oh, God. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. Okay, so first of all, it's the newspaper. Because Odie, Mr. Lil Odie, he was a journalist.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord.
That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That Tweevil should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing.
Yes. On its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asman dead.
What other evidence? Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence which, when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed.
It's the contract.
Take that!
It has to be the contract. It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman.
Yes, that's right. In the very document, in fact. And that proves I had no reason to kill the man.
No, I'm afraid not.
What?
There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common.
Really?
And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asman. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these 2 pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract?
Take that!
What these 2 pieces of evidence have in common is a signature.
A signature?
The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom.
Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical.
In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asman.
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman? Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. He grit his last gritty.
Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invent divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
At the time, you were a student at the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life.
So Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he?
He did, my lord. In fact, it is a widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article. Written by Mr. Assman. Enough!
Gritty, complete. Confession, Gritty, commencing. Stop this endless drivel about my life.
What?
Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber. Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back.
What do you mean?
Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other after all. Good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection.
Objection. Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that?
Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me?
I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all.
How dare you?
And I have evidence to prove it.
How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave the university because I lacked talent?
Oh god, there's a... Oh my gosh, bro. Yeah?
The science trophy.
I'll be a little bit. I don't know. Chow, we're gonna finish this freaking trial. I don't care. We're gonna finish it, man. We're so close. It has to be this.
Take that.
It has to be this. Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop.
Yeah. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council?
It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. Oh, man.
There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious.
Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. Damn, I feel a little bit bad, actually. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Assman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. Oh my god. We got him. We got him. The truth is... Finally. He's going to fold. Hold it! Oh god, who did that come from? Oh, Dr. Scythe! Fine. Clearly this has run its course now.
What?
I admit it. All of it.
Damn.
What?
What are you doing?
It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago.
No. Good Lord. Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman?
It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else.
There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket.
Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago.
Damn. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now.
Shit. Okay.
Why on earth would you buckle now?
Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished.
So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything.
Surely it goes without saying.
You admit your part in it too, then?
I admit nothing at all.
What?
Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong.
No! Holy fuck. We got one more thing we gotta do. Order!
Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan.
What I want to really know is what the hell happened with that execution. Because this, to me, doesn't seem like, oh, Scythe messed up and she's trying to cover up her mistake. This seems like a government conspiracy to me. I don't know, dude.
And Lord Van Zeeks? Yes. I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course.
Oh, shit.
I've heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper form in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain.
Very true. It had slipped my mind.
Isn't he one of your closest friends?
As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
You mean...
At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection?
None, my lord.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence.
Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss.
I feel like this isn't over. What about Sholmes' words? I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is...
Objection!
Objection! Oh shit. The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
We demand one final testimony.
What? You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume?
What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that.
Miss Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth. The whole truth. And a way to bring it all out into the open. Right. Yes. In hindsight. Oh yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. Huh. In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Oh, Zeeks? Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped.
That's what you call it? What is your objection, Lord Van Zeeks?
The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid! If there is more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend pursuing the facts until the bitter end. Van Zeeks! I love you, Van Zeeks! Yo, what? Lord Van Zeeks!
This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber.
Very well. We caught her off guard there for once, kissing him on the lips. Let's go. Let's go, the waxwork plot. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. Oh, that smile. I could fix her. I could fix her. So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then? You updated it! All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
But then we must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say.
No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Scythe's face. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent?
Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Here we go. Oh, shit, dude. Cross-examination. The waxwork plot. Dude, I don't want to spend too long on this, I'm not gonna lie. If I don't get it within like the first few things, I'm gonna just look at the guide because I don't want to take too long. Dinner is ready and I don't want to, you know. Do you have any idea who is behind it? There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer.
So no, I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it. I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. But the horse has bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zieks. I'm well aware of that.
So as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body?
Okay, okay. Okay, here we go. So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then? It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower. And the waxwork? I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time. What happened to the head? And why were you given such directions? Presumably so it could be recovered by Drebber and returned to Madame Tuspel's. I see, and then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage? Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. Okay, here we go, hold on. When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this? Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of, fabricate some evidence to make it clear that the harebrain alone could have killed Asmund. So, you mean that was your doing? I fetched Harebrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage, and took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen.
Alone, Doctor?
Wait, I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anyone else in that particular part of the deception. Ooh. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. What if he was still alive? At that point. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report. As a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop.
My word.
What is it, Mrs. Sato? Something about Dr. Sai's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe! There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well.
The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony.
Oh? Which part?
What I want her to supplement her testimony with is...
Shit. Shit, 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 shit. Chat, I just wanna like... Hold on, I just wanna like... Okay. I just wanna know which one I should pick. I don't wanna waste too much time. I just wanna know which one of these. Just which one. Just which one. How you stab Mr. Asmund in the chest. That part. Fine, if that's what you want. But there's really no need to point. The prosecution concurs, he said, pointing at me.
Very well, you will supplement your testimony now, witness.
Okay, here we go. If you wish, my lord. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into his chest. I don't know what they want us to say. Autopsy report. Let's press. We'll press on this. So it was you who stabbed Mr. Asman with this. Yes. Far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required. What a welcome change. The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I'd been given. As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. There was no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? If you wish. Okay. Fuck, I don't know. Fuck, I don't know. Okay, so...
Objection.
I don't get it. But let's point here. I'm taking too long. I really want to finish this chapter though. I've got a nasty feeling. I know, I'm really close. I'm sorry. I know, thank you. Chat, they're getting like new music here. That this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth.
What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue?
What is this new music they got playing right now? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection.
The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it. Objection. You're wrong. Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean?
I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement?
Take that.
Look closely at the blood stain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downwards direction. Whoa! I never would have gotten that. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I never would have gotten that. It clearly extends in a downwards direction towards the man's feet.
And why is that significant, Counsel?
If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected.
Ah, of course. No, that's not what happened.
Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the Grand Deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in this picture is inconceivable. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication! Holy crap. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. Yo, thank you, Zero Budget Gamer, with the Raid of the Party 13? That's insane! How are you doing? How was your stream? Oh my god, how are you? What? We're just in the middle of wrapping this case up, I think. What sort of misapprehension? ... Dr. Scythe. Oh my god. You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. I got him to raid you, easy peasy. Well, thank you. Thank you. Hey, Mr. My good bud Lola recommended you. Well, thank you, Little Master, very much. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. Thank you, Zero Budget Gamer. What were you playing? How was your stream? How are you doing? But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man?
Oh my god. Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Sai's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction of testimony?
Oh my god, I don't know, dude. I actually don't know. How she was coerced. The stabbing of the victim? The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
I was playing Pokemon Scarlet, beat my first gym before I could slay my first Titan. Interesting. I haven't played that Pokemon game. That's impossible. The man was dead, remember? No, he wasn't. No, that is the misapprehension. Oh, man. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. Oh my god. But Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. Dude, they're taking they're taking the time with this. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. Dot to dot. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Oh, dude. Ah. Why are you upset? This is getting you off scot-free. Mr. Ode Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Oh my god. I'm not gonna scream that like that again. Dude.
Order! Can this possibly be true?
Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him? Oh, shit. You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder! Oh, dude, shut up! You're so desperate now, you're making all this up, as if I would do something like that.
Objection!
Oh, Susato! I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Ms. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ha! Logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. Oh my god. Just admit it already. What do you mean? I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman? Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder, but there is no known connection to Dr. Scythe there.
I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched.
True, there is no obvious motive. I guess I need to rely on that when they settle arguments. Typical leading proceedings. Why is he allowed to have a sword? I think every lawyer in this room has a sword, actually. There's still something on the back of my mind. Because I know Van Zieks has one. I'm sure I've seen something somewhere that hints why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection!
It's in case they're attacked. Yeah, because Von Zieks and his apprentice were attacked by criminals. And they were in that photo, like, with the swords and shit. It was cool. Anyways, no. When you question what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What?
What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once.
Here we go. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Asmund. An object? No way. Am I hearing this right? There's no way, right? It's a scalpel. Or rather, scalpels. Guys, you weren't here for last week's Ace Attorney stream when we found this. So y'all don't even know what he's talking about. Did you say scalpels? It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor. You, come on, out with it. It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big, thick book here. Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh, what is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. Oh man, I don't know. 500 scalpels a month? At first, I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now, oh my, no, the ad is starting! It's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Asmund's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asmund was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Scythe's darkest secret that he would use to wreck money from her for the next decade. Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean... I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago. But clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asmund in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. Dude, you'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. There's a government conspiracy here. I swear, something happened with that execution. Whew. Well, damn. That's it. Yeah, that is it. Wow. Okay. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened. Oh shit. 10 years ago you told the truth and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. Consternation? I don't know. This is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis? I mean, really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Drebber. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it? You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purposes of killing the victim? Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asmund's article deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asmund, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model, in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Scythe, to be precise. Bam. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asmund turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who'd handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. This is my confession, Griddy, I'm hitting. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge, and have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer. Yep. All right, cool. We're about ready to wrap this chapter up. Let's wrap this up so I can go eat. I am hungry. Your actions against those who had ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Scythe! Professor Harebrand. Oh, Professor Harebrand's only crime was his passion for his hypothesis. But you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this, your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. Dude, that's heavy. That's heavy! Wow. Lord Van Zieks, what of Dr. Scythe? An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she'll face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber. A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrand.
Yes?
It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I am pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt.
This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. I've been, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered and, above all, a fool.
Professor.
I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I.
No, Professor, that's not true. Look at you, Van Zieks. What? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Lord Van Zieks. And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even.
The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices.
Oh. Thank you, Barak.
4 hours, 30 minutes, we're only like 70% done. We're getting done with the chapter.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, yes, my lord. It is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections?
None from me, my lord.
Certainly not. Boy, this trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision.
It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
What's that? He's done, is he? It's all over?
I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place.
Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant
Not guilty, baby.
Woo!
Making bacon. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, that felt good, but I need to like going now.
Court is adjourned.
Woo! Let's go, corn. A big lump with knobs. It's over. That was some trial. I would really like to wrap up all of the, hey, congratulations stuff really quickly. So, I might speed through some of this. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Defendant's antechamber. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is it? It is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain.
Miss Naruto, Mrs. Otto, I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough?
I'm just glad it's all been cleared up, that you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation.
Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny.
Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so... We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. I wouldn't have said that. I would be like, pay me.
Oh dear, what can I do? Aha! How about this as a memento? The paper about my hypothesis is inside.
Well, just as a memento then, thank you. I've been wondering, Professor, what are you going to do now?
Oh my, yes. What am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the Great Exhibition whilst I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me.
Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I can't allow that. Van Zieks, I can't allow that.
Lord Van Zieks!
What are you doing in here?
Barak!
I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert.
Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey.
You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense.
Sorry?
Or the defense? Did I just hear that right?
I always knew that you had my best interests at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on.
Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you.
What?
From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets.
But no, hold on a minute, Barak. What about the Great Exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around.
No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea.
Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barak.
Lord Van Zieks. What's up? What's all this about? Sorry, I thought it was him talking. A necessary precaution. Oh, the Reaper of the Bailey curse! Oh, the Reaper. I think I understand. You do? Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zieks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. Oh, yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor.
Oh, you mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas?
Those in the Reaper's sight meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up until now.
But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent.
True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend.
Varrock.
Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once.
Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it? Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zieks? In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless. And yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all.
It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being.
Ah, yes, all right. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It's a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Harebrained. Well, once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. Dude, Varrock, I love you.
Now, my Nipponese friend,
Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too.
we have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time?
You want to talk with me? Right now? I want to end the stream.
I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes.
Oh, man. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. The Enigma, Varrock Van Zieks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes, then. Please let this be over soon. 15 more minutes, chat. Is this basically call Saul Goodman of the 19th century? I don't know. Oh, the masked man's here.
So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice.
Yes, I think so. I'm relieved at least that the man's innocence can be proven.
Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from.
Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. Oh shit. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led you to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? Dude, OBS needs to stop shitting itself right the fuck now.
The Professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest.
He took your brother's life.
Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be.
OBS is so invested too.
He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan.
Oh, if it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father.
Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotoba well.
I had no idea.
I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to 3 visiting Nipponese.
So, you've actually met my father?
He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. So wait, the first one was Mikotoba, the second was Judge Jijoku. Was the third one the professor? Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our two nations could very well have ended up at war. What? A war between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my! You mean to say the professor was... He was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
My voice for him is actually pretty good. I'm happy.
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum.
He's so sexy. Okay.
So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Oh my
Until
god.
now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Oh man.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Maybe it is. Oh shoot! Oh my god! It is Kazuma!
Father.
No way!
What? Father? Kazuma!
Ah!
My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
Kazuma Mishima.
Oh my god,
Before me.
he's back. Oh my god, his theme is playing and everything? Oh my god.
Ryunosuke.
Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
It's been a very long road.
Oh my,
Thank you.
oh my god.
Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
Oh my god. Chat, do you have your swords? Do you have your swords? Do you have them?
You wouldn't die that easily. Cosmo.
Oh my god. I thought he did! Are you kidding me? I thought he did!
I owe you thanks too. For taking good care of that in my absence.
The sword?
Oh.
The sword?
Karuma. Great blade of the Asogi clan. Passed down through the
Oh,
generations.
it wasn't used to murder Von Zix's brother, was it? low key, wait, right? I just have to ask to make sure.
When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword,
Oh man.
and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
Mmm. Mmm. Oh! Oh, it fits you.
I've made it. At last.
Father. Are you saying... Surely not. I mean, you knew all this time. I'm looking at it. But... I still can't believe it.
Oh my goodness.
Mass murderer. Is Kazuma's father.
I did not see that coming, even in the slightest. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Do it! Finish him. Fatality. Oh, I dropped the sword.
Kazuma-sama.
Oh my god.
Ryunosuke,
Oh.
we have much to talk about. But now is not the time.
Okay. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
I'll be seeing you.
Bro!
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
Damn. So he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. 3 months ago when Lord Strongheart introduced us. I had an inkling there was something there, some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zix's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia, too? The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. Damn. Well then. That was awesome. This is like one of the best chapters in the entire series. 10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. And you're gonna launch into your backstory now too! We were there to meet my father from the train for me. It was the first time I'd ever seen him. Oh my god, and Susato really is launching into her backstory as well. Poor Susato-san, all this tied up with painful memories for her too. She's never talked about this with me before though. Can we talk about it in the next chapter? It took some time to adjust having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that friend had left behind a son, a boy 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Sogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter,
He's
something
alive!
stirred.
Who cares? He's
Something that
alive.
had been dormant for a long time, as if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter.
It is the end of this
The
chapter.
start of a new one.
And the next chapter will be starting very soon, I guess. Right? That's the end of the chapter. Right? Thank the Lord! It was so long. That was 5 hours we've been streaming. I'm gonna refund the guy the raid. I'm gonna refund it. Because I'm not raiding anyone today. I'm just ending it. I don't care. No, I'm not even gonna run an ad. I'm not gonna do a raid. I'm literally just gonna press end stream button and go eat. I'm hungry. I'm tired. Twisted Karma and his last bow. Damn. Chat, that is gonna be the end of the stream today. Bye.